Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And the bull, he died. Oh, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kadamba Kanana Rasa Parayana, Kadamba Kanana Rasa Parayana, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Shyam Sundar, Radha Shyam Sundar, Radha Shyam Sundar, Jai Shri Radha. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Devotees, this is a temple room. You are standing in front of the deities and talking loud. Not right. Prasadam is served downstairs. Kindly go and honor Prasadam. Thank you. Even this mic didn't work. What are we doing? Oh, Krishna.
Okay, so
Krishna Krishna. Everybody.
Oh.
You're the harmonium master.
Oh, okay. Are you okay? You'll have to see.
Yeah.
You'll have to signal me from there.
What do you mean?
Like I have to have a clear vision of you.
Yeah,
'cause,
I'll
like,
be behind.
So you can see the next slides, or do you want it to just be the Yo.
Okay, final stretch. This is approaching the end of another year of Festival of the Holy Name. Our hearts have been churned and we've cried together and laughed together, and everything that we're celebrating is about to come to a closure. So we've been trying to honor our sponsors for a while, and it just hasn't worked out. So whether you're here or not, we're going to be offering prayers to the deities for your service of sponsoring parts of this retreat. So I'm just going to announce, and if you're here, please come forward and take Mahaprasadam from Mataji's hands. On Saturday, breakfast was sponsored by Rohini Prema Mataji and Sundarananda Prabhu. And is Bhakta Sasha here? Yes, thank you for being here. Bhakta Sasha also sponsored breakfast, and he's specifically requesting prayers for Mother Galina and his grandmother Alexandra, as well as his deceased relatives Ivan, Nikolai, Vasily, Katrina, and Janadli. Thank you. Lunch was sponsored by Hemangi Mataji, who's not here. Her father-in-law recently passed away, and she's requesting blessings for his onward journey from all the Vaishnavas. We also had another anonymous donor for lunch yesterday. And then dinner was sponsored by Mayuri Mataji. Are you here? Her mom, Dr. Hema, sponsored in loving memory of her departed husband, Dr. Vishwa. And June 20th was the 7th death anniversary of Mahati Gopi Mataji. So Balaram Prasad Prabhu, Pradyumna, and Hemangi sponsored in her honor. Honorarium to speakers yesterday was sponsored by Umesh Prabhu, Sarika Mataji, and Shanik. Anybody here from the family?
Shanik?
And Shubhra Mataji as well from Detroit. Is she here? Or any of her children? Vrinda Gaurang. Also Ananga Mohan Prabhu and Preeti Lakshana Mataji.
Vrinda?
Or anyone from the clan, Preeti Mataji's clan. Thank you. Today, Sunday, breakfast was sponsored by Neha Sethi in honor of Rohan getting initiated, Rasaparayana getting initiated, and prayers for her son Kairava, who just turned 2. She wishes for us to pray that his natural attraction to Krishna may be nurtured and he may take loving shelter of devotees all his life. Also, Mayuri Mataji sponsored breakfast, and I don't think she's here. Lunch has been sponsored by Shyama Sakhi because Sri Rupa Nityapriya and herself, they got initiated 14 years ago at this festival. They're requesting prayers that they can remain in Maharaj's service and continue to celebrate the holy name with devotees year after year. Such a few years apart. Twins a few years apart. Sachin Prabhu, are you here? Thank you for your sponsorship as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mother Hemangi, who always has these heart-churning presentations for us. So this is the perfect way to end this retreat. And her topic is Japa as an expression of gratitude. And she has a whole ensemble, as usual, that she's assembled to put this piece together.
Thank you, Sri Radhika. Thank you, Sri Radhika. And I would like to request all my dear backbenchers to come closer, because in these sessions, it's very important to create that space where, like I said in my last presentation, to hold that space, it's important we are closer and they're not that empty spaces, because energy flows in a particular way when we call out to Krishna. So the closer you are, you'll feel more involved. The farther you are, there are chances of getting distracted and spacing out. And that does impact the entire, group experience. And my request is not only in this session, but anytime you are hearing, you're in a class, or you're in kirtan, or you're in the kitchen cooking, being conscious, not to get spaced out and have trivial conversations, and talk among yourselves. And especially for me, it's very distracting. So I really make a humble request, don't talk among yourselves. If you're spacing out and this is not something relatable for you, I won't feel offended if you get up and go. You know, totally, you know, you have a free will and you can use your free will in that way. So, as you see, the title of this year's session is Japa, an expression of gratitude. Before we dive into this experiential, event, Varsana Mataji is going to set the mood. So we all heard from Maharaj in the morning, there were initiation, we're all excited and happy for all the new initiates. And then we went down, we were with our friends, and almost the retreat is ending, so the goodbyes and, you know, beautiful conversation. So we want to recenter. So she's going to help us with the recentering. And as she's doing kirtan, be very aware where you're sitting, in whose presence you're sitting, and how your body is responding. Self-care is important. If you need to drink water, you need a water bottle, please go and get. And get your mind, body, and your soul into this space, sacred space that we are, it's already sacred because we are in the temple room. So let's tap into that sacred space. Varsana, you want to be more closer to harmonium when you're singing, or you're okay? Yeah, just be, it's easier, right? And then you can come back to your... And Rasaparayana, I know you're downstairs, maybe with your relatives. Oh, he's with Maharaj. Okay, fine. Okay, before we start, sorry, please keep your bead bags ready with you, because as we are going through the session, we will be chanting in between. And those, how many of you don't have a bead bag with you? Okay, so Dayanidhi Prabhu will go around. Please raise your hand so he can come and give you the beads. While he's handing out the beads, I see my senior godbrother and sisters, Subal Prabhu, Krishna Archana Mataji, and Mother Premananda are here. I seek your blessings that I can, in your presence makes a huge difference. You've seen me grow up in my Krishna consciousness. So, like a loving parents, please bless me that I can do this service to Guru Maharaj. So everybody has their beads with them? Okay. In case somebody joins, Shamasaki, and in case somebody comes later and you see that they don't have beads, very quietly come, take beads from Dayanidhi and give it to them. But just don't disrupt what's happening in the room, because it can be very distracting. Okay, Varsana.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
All of you, please sing loudly so Radha Shyam Sundar can hear you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna. Though on the schedule it shows that interactive session with Hemangi Devidasi, actually this whole presentation is a presentation of a group of devotees. And as you see, the whole set of about 10 to 12 of us, we put together, this is our second year. And Maharaj is very kind. He gave me full freedom to do the way I want to do, however I want to do, so I'm very grateful for that. So it is actually a combined presentation, but not only it's a combined presentation, it's also, you all are also presenters actually, because as a group, we are going to experience what we all have been learning for years through like Prabhupada's books, lectures, his teachings, and from our own spiritual masters. So we bring into the space, all that we have gone through in our own journey of bhakti, all that we have heard, all we have, read, and then we want to have this group experience so that when we go home, it enhances our daily practices. So I may be sitting here, but each one of us is equally a presenter here, equally a receiver. I'm also in a receiving mood right now. It's not just because I'm speaking, I'm in this position of as if I'm giving you all something. No, we are doing this for each other, supporting each other in our journey of bhakti life. And as I was asked to do this year, this session, I too was contemplating like how Sri Radhika mentioned on the first day that this is our 20 years of years of anniversary of Festival of Holy Name, started in 2007, and I was just contemplating in these 20 years 4 generations have benefited through this journey. And one person that has been the constant, the commitment that has been constant and rock solid, and that was of Maharaj. Yeah, it was 2007. Like when I go back, we were all very young devotees. When we were becoming devotees, Maharaj said the Chicago congregation was a very neophyte congregation for a long time. And then we had one Tamal, Prabhupada had one Tamal Krishna Maharaj that he could depend on, for everything, so the work can be done. And in our community, that Tamal Krishna Maharaj was Mother Premananda. Because when Maharaj started preaching, it was only Nirantar Prabhu and Premananda Mataji driving around Maharaj. They used to live in Garni, Mukunda was a baby. And they just did everything for Maharaj, cooking, preaching, everything, orchestrated all programs for Maharaj. And then she did Sunday school. She created Sunday schools, which are still going on. Then she did summer camps, which are still going on. And then she had this vision, the center needs to be there. Center happened. From center it's become a temple, and the temple is growing. Every teacher needs that one student who believes in that vision and takes that vision forward. So I was appreciating that we have received a lot of things very easily in our bhakti life. We didn't go through what the first generation went through. So sometimes we take a lot of things for granted. Oh, ISKCON is so messed up. I was so happy to hear, what is his initiated name? I forgot. Bhakta Swarup Prabhu saying that, it was so refreshing because he was gone for 20 years and he could see with a whole different, lens that we don't see sometimes because we are too close to it and we have lived in this space for too long and we take it for granted and we say, oh, this is not working, this is like this. We find faults and we can't appreciate that. And I said, wow, but Maharaj has been steady, ups, down, nothing happens. And every community has such a sadhu who keeps the ship going in this roller coaster ocean. The waves are sometimes steady, sometimes very harsh, and whatever it is, they are focused. So I was just appreciating this 20 years and I did a celebration. So I said, what should be the topic? And it was so natural. I didn't have to think too much. Gratitude. Gratitude for what we have received. And then on it was easy and not easy still because there's so much to share and I was thinking, what not to share because I can go off so I have to stick to the script. And I was thinking that this whole journey, you need to have a sadhu who has a taste. This is more a principle. But you can relate it with a person with whom you connect and who has given you the holy name. We have heard it even during this weekend, and we very often hear and read that holy name actually, Nam Prabhu opens the door for Krishna's Rupa, Guna, Leela and Dham. But the key that opens the door is actually that sadhu, that guru, who shows, he opens that door even to Nam Prabhu, because we really don't know who Nam Prabhu is. What is his nature and how do you be in a relationship with him? That is taught actually in the association of somebody who is experiencing that. And those 20 years for us, that's what Maharaj has been doing, patiently holding all our hands and repeatedly, saying the same message. But every time, because I'm dense, so every time he says the same message, I feel, oh, this is so new, wow. And then I realize when I go back to recording, oh, I missed it. Actually, he's spoken about this 8 years ago, But I am so appreciative that he never, how in Prabhupada's mood, his disciples, different disciples in their own way, according to their personality and mood, carry this torch, forward, they're carrying this torch. And I was feeling so grateful, but we have to find the key, right? That's our job, to find the right association, the right kind of teacher who will open the door, who has the key and who will open the door for us. So that's the journey we are on. And in this session, I'm trying to see, I'm hoping that I'll talk less and we'll focus more on the, the words of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Narottam Das Thakur, Srila Prabhupada, and a lot of things, that I'll be sharing with you all is what, some of the things that Maharaj taught me as I was growing in my own Krishna consciousness. So it's a mix of all these things. And I'm hoping that all of us can really tap into it's just, at one level we can appreciate the meaning of the bhajans we'll be singing and the songs and the poem and all that. But what I want you to do today is go a layer deeper and in a beggar's mood, calling out to those acharyas that you have so generously, so compassionately, you have written my journey in these poems. I'm not articulate and, I'm so dense, but you have made it so easy for me. So my dear Bhaktivinoda Thakur, my dear Narottam Das Thakur, please let me access that so I can feel what you want me to feel, so that I can go deeper in my relationship with the holy name, with my spiritual master, with the devotees. So try to be in that receiving mood, and then you will really see, I always call it magic, because for me it's like a magic. It suddenly happens, and then it also suddenly disappears once I move out of this association. So last year, I had talked about, I took Shikshashtaka verse 1, and we talked about how Nam Prabhu is committed to us when we were talking about the 7, opulences of the holy name, And this year, part of the presentation is based on the 2nd verse of Shikshashtaka. I'm not very good with managing the slides and speaking. So before we get there, just let's take 1 minute. In the first class, Maharaj had asked us to write Sankalpa. Jamuna Jivan Prabhu had given out those index cards. I hope some of you wrote down something. If you didn't, now is a good time just to either meditate or write on your phone, or if you have that index card, just your Sankalpa, not just for this session, but in the next 1 year till we meet again in Festival of Holy Name. What is it that you want to focus in your journey or in your relationship with the Holy Name? Okay, there is this poem that Maharaj has been mentioning throughout the retreat, written by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. It's the English poem, but actually it's the last song of Sharanagati. It's a series of prayers. It's now in a book format, where Bhaktivinoda Thakur takes us to this process of bhakti through his bhajans. And it's called the Holy Name. And I've asked Pranavallabha to recite the poem. Maharaj gave you all a handout. I will also be giving around this. Dayanidhi will come around and give you the handouts. Just because of time constraint, we shortened it. It's an abridged version of it. So it can be distracting if you refer to what Maharaj gave, because Maharaj gave the full version of the poem. So Pranavallabha will, as he is reading the poem, just try to immerse yourself. Maharaj help. I'm not going to talk about it because Maharaj has already talked multiple times on this poem. So just try to recollect what Maharaj said and receive that in your heart. Rana?
A quick note before I start reading. Of course, like my mother said, we're going deeper, trying to go deeper. What we're going to do is, after I read the poem, we're going to sing a little bit the Maha Mantra, and I request that everyone meditate on what we just read, meditate on the gratitude, as the theme of this session is, the gratitude for receiving Nam, whether that's from your spiritual master or any sadhu that gave you some sort of taste for the holy name, whether that be in Japa or Kirtan, because we're all here because there's something within us that attracts us to the holy name. So after reading the poem, we'll chant a little bit together, we'll sing a little bit, but we'll go directly from the poem into singing. So just please maintain the mood that is Bhaktivinoda Thakur here is curating, and we will continue. My heart is like a desert, hot with the rays of the sun. The desire for temporary material things cannot satisfy me because by nature they are death-producing. And not one or two, but thousands of such death-producing desires have taken shelter in my mind. So, my subconscious is always burning. But somehow, by the grace of sadhu and my guru, the holy name of Krishna, with its infinite prospect, has entered through the holes of my ears and reached the plane of my heart. And there, with some peculiar hope, with infinite, auspicious possibilities, it flooded my heart with a new kind of nectar. New hope is aroused by that sound. Then, by force, it comes from the heart toward the tongue. I'm not producing that sound by any endeavor of my own tongue. What came from the heart of a saint, through my ear, entered my heart, and with great force, that sweet sound comes to the tip of the tongue and begins to dance. That is the holy name of Krishna. It descends from above. The real effects of the divine name have been described here. If it is a real living name, then the voice will choke up. There will be shivering in the body. The legs will be unable to stand, and sometimes tears will flow in a current. One's hair will stand on end, and sometimes the body will change color. The material mind and consciousness will fade away, and one may fall in a swoon. The whole body and mind will appear as if it is being attacked and influenced in many ways. It may seem that so many troubles are created in the body and mind, but the real heart is overflowing with a peculiar kind of strange, sweet juice. Sometimes the devotee thinks, I'm swimming in an ocean of nectar. My whole existence is submerged in this ocean of nectarian rasa. I am beside myself and cannot understand where I am. What is this? What is surrounding me? Am I going mad? Where is my past experience? My seriousness? My gravity? Where are they now? I have been completely converted by a foreign element. I'm a doll in the hands of a great force, which is so affectionate towards me. I cannot ascertain how it is possible that by my faith I have entered this great unknown environment, and at last I find that I am captivated. My entire being, within and without, has been captured and controlled by this especially sweet force. It is beyond description. I came to take shelter of him and accept him as my guardian, but now, at his hands, I am being dealt with in such a merciless and oppressive way. Still, I feel everything is very pleasing, beyond my experience. I cannot resist anymore. I am fully captured. So let my faith go anywhere, because I cannot escape. I am captive in the hand of a sweet, loving friend. All my independence is gone, and I have no other choice but surrender. I find that the holy name is like a blossoming flower, emanating wonderful sweet streams. The holy name contains so many sweet, variegated forms of current within him. In different ways he is expressing himself. Sometimes he shows a peculiar type of color and form, and then disappears. So many charming aspects are revealed within, as he forces me to surrender at the base of that altar. He shows himself in a fully manifest form as he leads me to Vrindavan to witness his Braj Leela with Radha. I find myself in the midst of his uniquely sweet and loving abode. He says, "You see, I am not imagination, but concrete reality. You will find that the environment here is very sweet and favorable, and you should live here." I see that he is exchanging a variety of loving rasas with his many devotees, and I find the spiritual body has emerged from my previous one, and that I have a permanent place here in his service. Such a new life I find here that all considerations of my past life and experiences have vanished. What he says is true. My real life is here. My previous material life was a waste. Now I find that chanting the holy name gives me a new hope, a new prospect, and new encouragement. The name supplies whatever we want. All our internal hankerings will be fulfilled if we chant the name. The holy name is eternal, full of ecstasy, and is the purest of the pure.
see this poem as a poem of aspiration, poem of hope that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving us, that one day you can also experience what I'm experiencing. And then he's saying that I'm experiencing this because of the causeless mercy of this sadhu, the guru, who has helped the holy name to enter into my ears and into my heart. We have access to such sadhu gurus in our lives, but somehow we are not experiencing the same symptoms that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is experiencing. And like Maharaj said in his presentation, he showed us this picture. It's like we want to fly, we want to feel ecstatic and feel this relationship with the holy name, but we are held down because of our attachments. And it's, alas, I want to experience this, and that's the frustration for the conditioned soul. Especially for devotees, we know that there's so much nectar, so much of treasure right there, and we can't access this because we're still attached, even though we want to let go, but we are unable to let go. And it is hard because we are with this conditioning for millions and millions of years. It's not just this lifetime. And, Chaitanya, and it's like, it feels like the heart is constrained by, there is this knotted feeling, all these anarthas are, holding the heart tight, where we can't breathe. It feels as if I'm choking. Sometimes we feel like that when we're going through circumstances and when we're chanting and we're calling out, but we're feeling it so dry and the heart feels so heavy. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually, expresses this very beautifully in this second verse of, Sikshashtaka. We all know this verse, we can chant together responsibly one time. Nam namakari bahuda nija sarva shakti tatkarpita niyamita swaranena kala etadrishi tava pralapakavam namaviti durdaivametu shamihajanuraga.
O my Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction to living beings, and thus you have hundreds and millions of names like Krishna and Govinda. In these transcendental names, you have invested all your transcendental energies. There are not even hard and fast rules for chanting these names. O my Lord, out of kindness, you enable us to easily approach you by your holy names. But I am so unfortunate that I have no attraction for them.
So in this book, Japa book, Burijan Prabhu puts it very beautifully. This book is actually based off Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Harinam Chintamani. I won't get into details of it, but those who are interested who are not very familiar with the teachings of Harinam Chintamani, I would it's a very thin book, but actually there are series of lectures given by Maharaj and other devotees. I would highly encourage you to go and hear these classes. It will have a very profound impact on your japa. But I'll briefly read, Burijan Prabhu is an excellent teacher, and the way he writes it, very difficult concepts in Krishna consciousness, he makes it very simple, breaks it down in a way that we can digest. So I'm just going to read from his book quickly, so that gives a context of where we are going. So Prabhu writes, there are 4 causes, this is part of Harinam Chintamani, he says, the 4 causes of lack of taste. Tattva Vibrama, I don't know if I have a slide, sorry, just give me. Yes, Tattva Vibrama, it's like the superficial, he writes, if only superficially we understand the truths, Tattva, of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings, we become confused, Vibrama. about how to progress in our bhakti. Lacking the spiritual depth to realize just how tiny we are bewilders us into the conviction that we are actually significant. Filled with our own importance, we think the world should revolve around our desires, and we become frustrated and angry when it doesn't. Then, mistaking the identities of others, we quickly divide them into friends and enemies. So much suffering ensues from all this ignorance. And then he further writes, we are Krishna's eternal servants, or that our identity in relationship with him cannot be altered. It's simply who we are. Although being Krishna's eternal servant implies that we have an eternal relationship with him, we nevertheless have turned our back on him and have tried to separate ourselves from this intrinsic relationship. Because of that, we suffer existential emptiness. We are incurably alone. And then he talks about asat trishna, which means that the thirst for temporary things. And then there is hridaya dorbalyam, weakness of the heart. But I'm not getting into that. And then he talks about aparadh and the 10 offenses of the holy name. And in the subtopic in that was unfavorable results stemming from committing offenses. The first one is crookedness, or performing devotional service to gain something other than Krishna's pleasure. Second is faithlessness. Third, attachment to things that destroy faith in the Lord. Fourth, slackness in the performance of devotional practices. 5, pride in one's devotional advancement. And if somebody really wants to go in more depth, last year Maharaj gave the class during Festival of Holy Name, why? And in that he talks about this. So you can go back 2025 Festival of Holy Name and refer to that class. I'm especially going to focus on this aparadh and the first point that I made, that the self-importance, that everything centers around me, and the pride, even if I do something, how important I am, and I'm so good in what I'm doing, how we carry that, and how it impacts not only us, the people around us, like family members, and also the community in which we live. And it affects relationships. Where I'm getting at is it affects relationships. And you all agree, most of the time when we are doing japa, is generally thoughts that come is how our interactions have been with devotees, something that we did, or something somebody did, or somebody said. And if you analyze that, it's all about us. So it's a huge distraction when we are chanting. And then in the process, like how Prabhu is talking, there's this sense of friends and enemies. Whoever is fanning our false desires or conceptions, who agree with us, and who understand my service and they support my service, they are my friends. But then those who don't agree, we see them as enemies because they are an obstacle in my path, in my relationship with Krishna. So these are all, like when we hold the beads, these are the kind of thoughts that distract us. And for years we all have been chanting, we are making progress because the holy name is powerful. So it's not that we are not making progress, but the progress is not what it could be if we sincerely put our heart and we really work. And where I'm getting with this point is that, especially in today's presentation, I'm solely going to focus on Sadhu Sangha and Vaishnava Sangha. Both are important. It's easy to take Sadhu Sangha. Sometimes for some people that's also challenging. But Vaishnava Sangha is where we are lacking in many ways, because very soon we lose that focus and we lose the purpose of why we are part of a community. Like I said, when I appreciated Mother Premananda's contribution in this community and like how 4 generations have benefited during these 20 years of Maharaj doing Festival of Holy Name and Japa retreat. The first generation was our generation during that time when the Maharaj started retreat. The second generations were Mukunda, Dayal Mukunda and Shruti Priya, Nitya Priya, Sham Sakhi, Sri Rupa. They were in their elementary school and middle school when Maharaj started this. So the sadhu was there, we were associating, but Maharaj as a sadhu was creating a community also. And then for this generation, they had few things that, Rasika Manjari asked this question during, my journey to the 3 young men. What was it that got you together and that sustained you to, move forward? So each generation had different components that they took and, and you can add or correct me if I'm wrong, they're all grown up and they're here today. But for that generation, one was, of course, Maharaj's personal involvement in their lives. He was involved. He knew when they were going to middle school. I remember Rajiv going to middle school and Mansi Ganga writing a letter, "Oh, I'm so scared, middle school, Rajiv." And then I remember him responding to that. And, but this generation created something called soul connection. That was their calling. They bonded, they did things, they did their, fun stuff, but they were very serious. They had some albums, and when they developed a band called Darshana, and then Subal Prabhu was the one who contributed for, putting that together. So then you have another devotee who was involved in that growth. And then the thing was summer camps for them. It was huge, it was a fun thing. And Mother Premananda, one of the ideas we have is, like, in Hall of Fame, when you have the jerseys that are framed and kept, we should have all our summer camp t-shirt framed and, somewhere we should do it, It's a testimony of, Maharaj's vision and devotees committing to that vision, and it's still going on. So, it's nice. It's a nice samskaras for the younger generation to have. What's that? And there's a story behind that. So that was that generation, the summer camps, the darshana, and, Subal Prabhu taking them on Harinams, and, it was a fun time, and the children grew up with that. And then the next generation came, that was Pranavallabha and Rasaparayana, Krishna Kirtan, Rama, Jayant, and Dayanidhi, Pradyumna. I see all of them here. And for them, when, Rasika Manjari said when she went down, all the boys were talking to her, and she said Pradyumna and Rama were most articulate in saying what helped their generation. And it was Maharaj's Festival of Holy Name retreats and the winter retreats, because those were the 2 times of the year they would get together. And the fun part was Hemangi Mataji and Nityananda in the Pran Prabhu's home where they used to stay. And then all the other fun stuff that happened. So for them, those were the 2, and they too connecting with Maharaj all along, correcting them. They used to be very naughty because they grew up in front of Maharaj and doing crazy things. But his loving glance was always there. And then then now I see Nandu, Gopinath, where Sri Radhika and Jamuna Jivana opening weekdays, weekends. Their home is like everybody knows the garage code. And yesterday Rohan came, Rasa Parayana came, and he said, somebody was, I think it was Abhishri was hungry, and he said, there will always be something in the fridge, just go and see. Like, the children are so comfortable. Because these devotees who, these elders in the community, what they're giving to the children is what they're receiving from Maharaj. And it is in its own way getting passed on from generation to generation. And then I see these children who are in elementary school and middle school, now they have children. Rasa and Kairav and Rajalila, Gopal, and they have their own thing. And one of the thing I heard is this year they're going to have, when all this thing in this community is Maharaj, who is inspiring, and the vision that he had, and is growing and growing and growing. And guess what? There's so many other such communities in North America. I'm sure you go to New Jersey, they will have a story. You go to St. Louis, they'll have their stories, So it's amazing. So, we don't appreciate so much as a community what we are receiving. But when we reflect like this, when we appreciate what we receive, and why I'm emphasizing on this is because transcending all these obstacles is not easy. But when we can appreciate and carry gratitude in our heart for what we have received, and see how each individual has impacted a generation of devotees and how they're carrying forward what they have received in their own way, passing on to the next generation, then no matter, you then will appreciate what Prabhupada gave us. And then we'll appreciate what Prabhupada's disciples, how they preserved it, preserving the mood of Prabhupada, being completely chaste. And this has been Maharaj's theme for the past 2 Vyasa Pujas, taking the legacy forward. So it's our responsibility now, what we have received, to appreciate. And every time we are having these clashes in our community, and we are bickering about things, I would say that, I'm being the center. Something is not fitting my picture of how I see things. So how am I chanting? Because if I'm really chanting attentively, Krishna will give me the intelligence, Krishna will give me the tolerance, Krishna will give me the ability to appreciate. And sometimes even if something wrong has been done, you can go beyond that, because Krishna can make it happen if you allow Krishna to make it happen. Does it make any sense what I'm saying? Is it the message is connecting to the theme? Okay. So what can we do to help ourselves? And the solution in one sense is very easy, So before we get into that, I have a short exercise, if you have a book or a pen. And you can see on the screen, Neha, do you want to read what the exercises are?
All right, we will identify 3, if any, relationships that you find challenging. The first one would be challenging, but can easily reconcile. The second is challenging, but with a little attention and work, you can go beyond the challenge. And the third is you absolutely can't think of going beyond the obstacle.
I know you may have a list or, you can go on and on, but this is not, these exercises are not just for today. Even if you don't finish, is no problem, go home and contemplate on them. And the second part of the exercise is,
What steps have you taken until now to address the challenges? Has it worked or not? And if it hasn't worked, have you reflected upon what could be the reason? Who are you holding responsible for it not working?
this is a very important introspective question to ask. Where am I pointing finger? Because as long as, relationships are not working and you're pointing finger there, you're forgetting that you're pointing 3 other fingers at yourself. So everything the onus is on us. When we are distracted by these relationships while chanting, it is not the other person. The other person is just an instrument to bring what is blocking our relationship with Krishna in the forefront. When we can see with that lens, then immediately the attention goes away from the other person. I'm not saying that whatever the other person must have done, I'm not saying, I condone it, but what I'm saying is, that's outside of us. We cannot change and fix it. It's not in our control. But what is in control is how I let that situation or that person impact me. So this exercise is to do that. And of course, I'm just giving you this it's a homework. It's not classwork, it's homework. So we are going to now, we have identified this is just a sample of, how we take the distractions during our chanting and how we can take shelter of the writings or bhajans of our acharyas and, chant. So the next song, Shruti Priya, is actually going to be, it's a Bhaktivinoda Thakur bhajan. She's going to do only the English translation, but there's a refrain. So you just have to pay attention to what she's reading. It's going to be on the screen too. But as soon as she's done with her recitation, we are briefly going to chant in that mood. And we are begging Bhaktivinoda Thakur that expressing a gratitude to him that thank you for articulating my struggles so beautifully. So I don't even have to frame my thoughts. I don't even have to frame my sentences. I just need to, take your words and try to make it mine. So my dear Thakur, please give me the access of that feeling of the genuine feeling that you're expressing in this bhajan, because when I express my regret, I'm not even sincere. So give me access to that sincerity. Give me access to, this genuine understanding of how wretched I am and how helpless I am, so I can actually then take shelter of your holy name. So that's what is being expressed here by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, our condition, our material conditioning. So that's the mood, and then as soon as she's done, we'll slowly transition into Japa and then again transition out of doing Japa. Okay? So please don't be distracted and just be focused.
Kripa
Vaishnava Thakur Papuro Vaishnava Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava Vaishnava Thakur, please give me your mercy, knowledge of my relationship with Bhagavan, and the ability to do bhajan, sending my false ego far away. Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava If I think I am a Vaishnava, then I will never become humble. My heart will become contaminated with the hope of receiving honor from others, and I will surely go to hell. Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava Give me the mercy that I can renounce the false conception of my being Guru and can be your servant. Let me accept without duplicity your remnants and the water that bathes your feet. Vaishnava Thakur By thinking that I am superior, Guru, and giving my remnants to others, I will bring about my destruction. Let me always identify as your disciple and not accept any worship or praise from others. Vaishnava Thakur. In this way, I can renounce the desire for honor for myself and can offer respect to others. Weeping sincerely at your lotus feet and rolling on the ground, I pray that you will give me the ability to chant Nam purely. Vaishnava Thakur. Kripa karo Vaishnava Thakur. Vaishnava Thakur. Everyone together. Kripa karo Vaishnava Thakur. Vaishnava Thakur. One more time. Kripa karo Vaishnava Thakur. Vaishnava
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama. your attention to the beads in your hand and the mantra. Like how Bhaktivinoda Thakur mentioned in his poem, the holy name, that his heart is like a desert and it's hot with the rays of the sun. So we're feeling the burning sensation because of our attachments. So we can now slowly stop chanting because we have to move. I wish we can continue, but we have to keep to the schedule. So the cure for that knotted heart is gratitude. In the beginning, when we started our relationship with the holy name was just a mantra. It was just some words, some letters, but we couldn't see the holy name as a person. But it's easy to relate, and slowly then, we developed a relationship with the holy name. But many times, holy name feels very abstract. It's like a mantra there, it doesn't feel like a person. So we can enter into our relationship with the holy name and to see name as a person. It's easier to do it through a devotee who has that realization that the holy name is actually Krishna himself. So this is our second part of the, presentation. We'll move a little quickly. So if you can quickly make a mental note of all the gifts we have received from Srila Prabhupada. There are some examples here. He gave access to the holy name and the Bhaktivedanta purports. He created worldwide communities to facilitate our bhakti life. Established temples. He showed us how to dovetail our propensities in service to Krishna. What I'm trying to say is that he's made all arrangements so we can chant. All these all the arrangements that is made is for that one thing, to have that relationship with Krishna. We say it's a worldwide movement, but imagine just for that one thing what all he has created, and how grateful we should be, how fortunate we are that we have access to that and we are part of that community. So the second exercise is, how is the spiritual master helping us in understanding and honoring these gifts we have received? And I've already covered in the earlier presentation how Maharaj has taken that mood of Srila Prabhupada and is creating in different pockets of North America, different communities. And he's facilitating that what Prabhupada has given, he's just fanning that and passing it on, because he feels so much of gratitude that, if Prabhupada had not come to that college in Buffalo, and if Maharaj accidentally happened to, it's not that he planned that, the sadhu is coming, I'll go. He happened to be passing by and he said, there's a crowd here, let me go and see what's happening. And he said, when he went through the door, his life changed. So he has this gratitude, and he goes to different universities, even today in his whole busy schedule, so he can inspire young people like himself, not that many years ago, And then, you got college students, now next what? So once they graduate, he's like Prabhupada, he's created communities. Now these guys are now got job, they are in communities. Now they are getting married. Then what? Schools, inspiring them to have homeschool them or Sunday school. So much, we have received so much for this one thing, so that in the morning when we get up, we can chant. So when our senses, eventually we learn how to engage our senses in Krishna, they're no longer distractions, because we are serving Krishna, the all-loving, all-compassionate, all-attractive Krishna. I'm just moving forward, but you can, do these exercises at home and make it your meditation. How I see, it can be I'm saying spiritual master, I'm mentioning Maharaj, but for some, the Diksha Guru gives the name and, all that, but they have Shiksha Gurus who play that role, equally important. So anyone who is that individual in your life or individuals in your life, please, it's not just the Diksha Guru I'm talking about. And if you see, here is a garland, a flower, but if somebody's stringing it, you see a needle. Do you all see a needle? And then you see the hole of the needle, and there's a string that's going through the needle, right? So what's holding us all together, that string is, for me, when I see this picture, it's representing Prabhupada. And I feel that Maharaj is that spiritual, or guru or a teacher is that person who is stringing the he's the needle who is penetrating through that flower, because that hole is representing his heart, because in his heart, Prabhupada is, he has empowered the devotee, and he's passing that on, and the flowers are different flowers. They don't look the same, they're different colors, they're different sizes, it doesn't matter, but he brings Prabhupada, and that's been represented here by the string, and those flowers are us, and the teacher is bringing them together. So it's a good meditation, for me at least, when I'm chanting, the garland, and then the beautiful garland, it's all of us that Prabhupada and the Parampara and our teachers are offering to Krishna. So in the next bhajan, it's actually a Narottam Das Thakur. Shatarupa, can you be with? Oh yeah. It's a Narottam Das Thakur bhajan. Similar mood but slightly different. You ready? We were just trying to figure out which translation. This is slightly different. It's okay, read, this is slightly different. Oh, that's okay. Are you sure? Oh, I didn't catch that. I'm so sorry.
We just talked about it.
Okay.
Since I have no attachment for my spiritual master and the Vaishnavas, and I am very sinful.
Neha, 1 minute. Can you all hear Neha? Okay. Start again.
Since I have no attachment for my spiritual master and the Vaishnavas, and I am very sinful, how will I be able to serve you? My mind is absorbed. In countless illusory activities, and it has no tinge of affection for the Vaishnavas. The witch Maya has returned with a rope to my neck. I have become blinded by material sense enjoyment. Without the mercy of the devotees, no one can conquer and give up Maya. O Vaishnava, the deliverer of the fallen, and who does not find fault with others, please protect me this one time, says Narottam Das.
So Sri Rupa and Shatarupa Mataji will be singing. So Sri Rupa will sing one line, Shatarupa will sing one line, and then when they both sing together, we all can, right? We can sing together, okay? Huh? Yeah. Oh, because time? Okay, so we had two plans because we are a little behind schedule, so they will only sing, okay? Only Shatarupa and Sri Rupa will sing, we'll just, and whenever you want us to join, you just invite us. Do you have the mic, Sri Rupa? Together the first verse. We are really fortunate that we have such Vaishnava acharyas in our lives. This is the last section of our presentation. It's called Srila Prabhupada's Final Instruction. And I especially chose this I have been there and I have done it and I have deep regret, is that very often we get, disillusioned by immediate circumstances. And we allow those circumstances to take over our whole existence. And we forget, and this whole past an hour and a half is to remind ourselves like how fortunate we are that we have received so much. And even if life is difficult and it's our own making, stop criticizing. Stop criticizing, because each devotee in her or in his own way is trying to serve Krishna, and their heart is getting purified. And this is a lesson Maharaj taught me, because when I was a young devotee, I was having some relationship issues, and I would constantly go back to him with the same thing. And one day he bluntly told me, and it was like a sutra-like instruction, he told me, Hemangi, if you can't learn to serve with devotees together, you can't serve together with devotees here, how are you going to, how can you think of entering the spiritual world? Because spiritual world is all about serving together. See this as a place to practice how to serve together. It was many years of learning and understanding what he meant, and it was a gradual thing for me, but today I appreciate, because a hard-hearted, highly critical person, I'm today able to appreciate. And interestingly, we live in a city where we have no association, no temple, it's just me and my husband, but still we are very happy and blissful. And I was thinking from 25 years ago, that person, to today where I am, if I'm still existing and happily existing with no negativity in my heart, I give credit to that sadhu. They're working very hard. Prabhupada worked very hard. All those teachers and gurus in our lives are working very hard. We've received a lot. And it is our responsibility now to take it forward. That's the legacy Maharaj was talking about 2 years ago. And so constantly we have to again reconnect with what was Prabhupada's reason to create what he created. And that's why we are doing this. And I know I'm slightly over time, but also we were doing appreciation, so a few minutes extra I'll take. This is the most moving, every part of the presentation for me was very moving, but every time I hear these three pastimes from Leela Amrita, it just churns the heart in a different way. So in the first pastime, I'm going to invite Nityananda Prabhu to read it. Here is a disciple, she's a female disciple of Prabhupada, and Prabhupada is ready to leave the body. Everybody knows that. I can only imagine, when I tap it, I feel it. I can only imagine how his immediate disciples, and they were all so young. In Prabhupada's absence, and such a big presence, and then they have just themselves, they don't have any senior Vaishnava like Prabhupada to connect to, of course Prabhupada's got brothers with there, but they knew only Prabhupada. He was everything for them. And here is this simple woman, Satyabhama Devi Dasi, who is expressing her heart. There are three devotees expressing, and you can see their mood in those last days of Prabhupada, how they responded to Prabhupada and how Prabhupada was responding to them and the situation. And Satyabhama's expression is very simple from the heart, but it moves Prabhupada, as you will see at the end of what's going to be read, and I'll share at that time. Maybe I'm going ahead of this thing. So, ready?
I'm ready.
Vishakha, ready? Let us start now. Yeah.
Satyabhama's letter. An amazing expression of love. the temple president of Prabhupada's Pennsylvania farm project, Gita Nagari, also came to be with Prabhupada. So, organize this farm project, said Prabhupada. Simple living. Human life is meant for God realization. Try to help them. We are always feeling your presence very strongly, Srila Prabhupada, said Paramananda. Simply by your teachings and instructions. We are always meditating on your instructions. Thank you, said Srila Prabhupada. That is the real presence. Physical presence is not important. Paramananda had brought a letter from his wife, Satyabhama. Tamal Krishna asked if he should read it, and Prabhupada agreed. Tamal Krishna read on. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. This shawl is made of the wool from our own sheep. It is spun and woven here at Gita Nagari. It is the first piece we have made. While I was working on it, I would always think of you. How I was supposedly making you a gift. But actually, you are giving me the gift of engagement in devotional service. Srila Prabhupada, I always pray to Lord Narasimhadeva to protect you and allow you to stay with us to finish your books. But I think today the rain falling from the sky is actually the tears of the demigods crying at the prospect of your departure. I am also crying. Even Krishna cried at the passing of grandfather Bhishma. So I have a right to cry. I cannot be so philosophical to say that you are always present in your books and teachings, though I know these things are true. I will miss you so much, Srila Prabhupada, if you go. I beg that I may always remain your menial servant and devotee. Your humble disciple, Satyabhama Dasi. Thank her, said Srila Prabhupada. And he reached for the shawl, made with our wool. So you'll take rest now, Srila Prabhupada, suggested Tamal Krishna. Said Prabhupada. This can be on the foot. And he gestured that the saffron-colored shawl be put as a blanket on his bed. Tears came from his eyes as he lay back.
Nice, huh? You can only infer. I cannot get into Prabhupada's mind and in heart and think what he was thinking, but I was just thinking, when Prabhupada has tears, it's not those mundane tears. And I was thinking, it said like Maharaj, it's actually Maharaj, these excerpts were actually meditation upon Krishna that Maharaj used to send, It was his way of training his disciples. Every week he would send and he would give us some exercises to do. So it's one of those. I was thinking, Prabhupada must be so happy and so proud that his, infant, toddler disciples, are trying to do something and they're offering that to him. Tears could be that, but also in my heart I was thinking, he must be thinking, because he has expressed in different, in other situations where he was saying that, Krishna made an arrangement for all of you to, be here to manifest, so you can assist me in serving my spiritual master's instruction. So it's that expression of gratitude that these devotees, these disciples of mine helped me realize the instruction that my Guru Maharaj gave. He's a world Acharya, but he's feeling so much gratitude, through that act of offering that shawl to him. Very moving. He created a worldwide movement, but his humility, his gratitude, it's out of this world. So that's our founder Acharya. And those are the gifts he gave, and he too felt that he's so fortunate to be part of that. He always felt that it was manifestation of his Guru Maharaj's mercy. He never took credit for that. So this is the second excerpt.
Organization and intelligence.
Oh, sorry. In this, you will see a different mood. Giriraj Maharaj, again, same thing, he's in Vrindavan. Satyabhama was more like a gentlewoman who is expressing very simply, I'm going to miss you, Prabhupada. And Giriraj Maharaj always had this mood, Prabhupada could trust him. We read in that book how I can build a temple for you. And Giriraj Maharaj, even, I'm sure, he was going through the same, Prabhupada is going to leave. But he was so alert, that quality of being alert, that you will, as Sri Radhika is reading, you will see that, how can I serve you? Even in that most heart-churning and scary moment, he was still situated in that mood, that alertness and mood of service. Here's Sri Radhika. You can start again. Organization.
Organization and intelligence.
Who is playing the violin for this? Isn't it Vishaka? It was Vishaka, because she was going to do both the... Yesterday she practiced with Sri Radhika.
Yeah.
Okay, one.
In Vrindavan, Giriraj had seen Prabhupada a number of times, mostly on business. He also regularly took his turn in the kirtan vigils in Prabhupada's room. But one day, wanting to take full advantage of Vrindavan, he went to visit some of the temples. At the end of the day, he took rest for the night on the roof of the Gurukul building. But in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a devotee saying that Prabhupada wanted to see him. He ran down immediately, aware that Prabhupada might pass away at any moment. Anything Prabhupada might say could be his last words. He came into Prabhupada's room, offered obeisances, and got up very close behind the bed. Do you think this movement can go on without me? Prabhupada asked. Giriraj was astounded that Prabhupada had called him in the middle of the night to ask him this. I think, said Giriraj, that as long as we are sincere and go on chanting Hare Krishna and follow the principles, the movement will be successful. Srila Prabhupada was silent. When he spoke, each word seemed to come with great effort. He uttered the word organization. Then he said, organization and intelligence. Is there anything else? Giriraj felt within his heart that he wanted to cry out, Srila Prabhupada, stay with us. But instead, he said, no. All right, Prabhupada said. And Giriraj offered obeisances and left. Outside Prabhupada's room, Giriraj continued to reflect on Prabhupada's words, organization and intelligence. Prabhupada seemed to be demanding much more love and commitment. Not that ISKCON could survive on organization and intelligence alone. Giriraj was thinking that perhaps these might be the last words Prabhupada would ever speak to him.
Seems like Prabhupada was demanding much more love and commitment. It's a nice question to reflect upon. How much can I go deeper in my love for Srila Prabhupada? And what is my commitment, not to myself and to what Prabhupada has given us. It's a nice thing to contemplate upon. And the last piece, and that would be the
cooperate together. The writing of the will would not be done with the attitude that the end had come, but in the spirit of preparing for the worst. It also meant finishing things so they would not have to be done at the last minute. Prabhupada was concerned that his movement continue securely with all ISKCON properties in the possession of his disciples within the institution, and all his instructions made clear for the future. These matters should be dispatched now in a will, and the GBC men should gather in Vrindavan to make these last arrangements and to be with him. Once these things were settled, Prabhupada would be free to continue writing his books with no worries. Tamala Krishna later asked Srila Prabhupada whether his new decisions indicated that he was losing his desire to fight, to live. Srila Prabhupada indirectly admitted it was so. Therefore, he said, I do not wish to leave Vrindavan. If, by Krishna's desire, I survive, then we shall see later on. Otherwise, even though his secretary did not read him letters or bring him news, Prabhupada went on thinking, what about the Radha Damodar temple, he asked. He had been renting his rooms there for years, and the temple proprietors had often challenged his rights. This was just another of his multifarious worries in maintaining his preaching around the world. Prabhupada advised that his disciples always live in the Radha Damodar rooms. That would prevent the landlord from trying to use them for something else. Even while lying quietly, resting, Prabhupada would turn over such problems in his mind. Tamala Krishna wanted to double-check to see that Prabhupada actually wanted all the GBC men from all over the world to come. It would be costly and demanding, so he wanted to be sure that Prabhupada really wanted it. When Srila Prabhupada assured him that he did, Tamala Krishna, who saw his service as responding to whatever Srila Prabhupada desired, also spoke in favor of the idea. Because they love you, said Tamala Krishna, I am sure they will all want to come and be with you. Your love for me, said Srila Prabhupada, will be shown by how much you cooperate to keep this institution together after I am gone.
This is a very interesting interaction between Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Prabhupada, because Prabhupada knew that Tamal, if he has to just say it, then Tamal Krishna Maharaj would make sure it will happen. So here is Prabhupada, he's ready to leave this planet, and he's making sure that whatever he has established, it's preserved and saved for future not just generations. And not because it's his hard work. It's his expression of gratitude for Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's vision. He sees ISKCON as a gift that they have given him, and that he was chosen to manifest it. He was never the center. So he wants to make sure this belongs to our acharyas, to his spiritual master. So he was making sure that his young disciples get the point, what needs to be done. So on one hand, there was this very sweet, sentimental, affectionate, mood of his disciple. He reciprocated with her. And then he had his two very strong, trustworthy, soldiers in his army. And their mood was, how can we serve you, Prabhupada? And he gave them very clear instruction. So I was just thinking, we are so fortunate. There's so much of opulence in our life, And we end with expressing the gratitude to all those teachers, spiritual masters. We sing these prayers every day in the morning. Sing with your heart and loudly, So all three universes can hear us sing and we get the blessings. And then the finale kirtan would be Dayal Mukunda doing it. So just don't leave after the bhajan, because Dayal Mukunda's kirtan is integrating, use that time by calling out the holy name, by meditating what we were focused on in the past 2 hours. Okay? Ready? Together. Translation read first before every verse, so it helps us focus on, meditate upon the meaning.
The spiritual master is receiving benediction from the ocean of mercy. Just as a cloud pours water on a forest fire to extinguish it, so the spiritual master delivers the materially afflicted world by extinguishing the blazing fire of material existence. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who is an ocean of auspicious qualities. Samsara dava nalalida loka pranaya karunya ghana ghanatva. The spiritual master is always gladdened by the Sankirtan movement Mahaprabhu. Because he is relishing the mellows of pure devotion within his mind, sometimes his hair stands on end, and he feels quivering in his body, and tears flow from his eyes like waves. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master.
Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Vaditramadyan Manasorasena Romanchakampa Shrutarangabhadro Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam
is always engaged in the temple worship of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. He also engages his disciples in such worship. They dress the deities in beautiful clothes and ornaments, clean their temple, and perform other similar worship of the Lord. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. The spiritual master is always offering Krishna 4 kinds of delicious food, analyzed as that which is licked, chewed, drunk, and sucked. When the spiritual master sees that the devotees are satisfied by eating Bhagavat Prasad, he is satisfied. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master.
Chaturdashi Bhagavat Prasada Sadhana Kirtan Hari Bhakta Sangan.
spiritual master is always eager to hear and chant about the unlimited conjugal pastimes of Radhika and Madhava and their qualities, names, and forms. The spiritual master aspires to relish these at every moment. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master.
Shri Radhika Madhava Para Madhurya Leela Gunarupana Pratikshana Swadhanalolapasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam
The spiritual master is very dear because he is expert in assisting the gopis, who at different times make different tasteful arrangements for the perfection of Radha and Krishna's conjugal loving affairs within the groves of Vrindavan. I offer my most humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master.
Nikunjayo no Ratikeli Sedhai Yayali Bir Yokte Apekshaniya Tatratidakshat Ativallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam
The spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and followed by all authorities. Therefore, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master who is a bona fide representative of Sri Hari Krishna.
Sakshataritvena Shamasta Shastre Uktastatava Sadi Kintu Prabhoya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam
mercy of the spiritual master, one receives the benediction of Krishna. Without the grace of the spiritual master, one cannot make any advancement. Therefore, I should always remember and praise the spiritual master. At least 3 times a day, I should offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master.
Yasya prasada bhagavat prasada yasya prasada nagati kutopi. ध्यायान्तु वां तस्या यशस्त्री सन्ध्यां वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम्.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. But the session is not done. Mukunda is now going to lead us to absorb all that we heard in the past 2 hours, and we will now we'll connect with the holy name through kirtan. So please don't leave, because lots of emotions are going on, the mind is very active. Now take that message, let it enter through your ears into your heart, and connect just not with the melody but Mukunda's voice, but in that voice, let's connect with his own calling out to the holy name and his own connection with those that have contributed in his own journey, because that's been his meditation, for all of us to have that experience now in this session. Mukunda, you can go as long as you want. Those who want to really be absorbed and be, I will never say stop kirtan, that's me. But I know some people want to self-care too, but go by what prompt you get from the Paramatma, you know.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama. everyone, all together, very loudly. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. One more time, very loudly, please. Haribol. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Everyone, let's all sing very loudly all together. Hare Krishna. Hare last time, very loudly from your heart. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Srila Vaishnav Thakur ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Swam Sundar ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Vancha Kripa Sindhu.